Good morning, everyone. Welcome to GeoSpatialNext Middle East. It's Emrak Deniz, and I'm really excited to be with you with this new edition. After great Dubai last February, now we are in Riyadh, even if it's virtual. Before we dive in, I just would like to share an idea behind of this series. Basically, we just imagine a platform where innovation meets the real world impact. Why? Because the technology is moving fast, but it's not something we can just apply tomorrow morning at the field. We need regulation, workflows, and of course, the time to integrate. And we also need to hear the real challenge from ongoing projects so we can adapt our work faster. That's why GeoSpatial Next event exists. And to hear directly from the experts how geospatial technologies are transforming a field, making our work smarter, faster, and more connected. And the good news, the journey just started and we will continue to 2006, 26. Now let's take a look at today's program. Yes, we started. We will start with digital twin. Again, we will talk natural disaster and geospatial solution effect on about it, and after smart decisions for the location intelligence, and of course the latest geospatial technologies and how they are shaping the surveying and mapping industry. And of course, a special thanks to our partners. They made it. They made this happen. Uh, Again, thank you to all. So let's start with the first session. Hello, everyone. Welcome all again.
Hello,
Hello.
thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Good morning to all, but Kent, you are in the midnight, right?
It is midnight here in Arizona, yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Actually, yeah, we can hear you. Uh, Before we dive in, I just would like to introduce at first uh, Mohammed El Nasser, just special project coordinator from Troyes Municipality. Shiva Shekhar Wadeli with us, innovation manager from the Bechas, Saudi Arabia, and Ahmed Jamal, head of geomatic departments, Umranian, and Kent Crow from the GeoColleagues. Welcome again, and now it's yours, Kent. We may start.
All right. Well, first and foremost, welcome, fellow geoholics. I am your host, Kent Grow. Not only am I the founder and host of the Geoholics podcast, but also a lifelong land surveyor. Been working in the land surveying profession for about 35 years. Kind of a tech nerd, of course, and a fan of just about anything that captures reality and makes it smarter. So we got a lot that we're going to get into today. We're going to dive deep into a topic that's shaping the future of infrastructure, construction, and to be honest, everything in between. It's kind of the fusion of BIM and GIS and digital twins. I'm honored to be joined by this powerhouse lineup of geospatial experts, folks who are out there, building, scanning, mapping, and integrating the digital and physical worlds, every single day. There's a lot going on. So let's get into this. We got a lot to talk about. No slides, no fluff, just kind of real talk from real pros. So the first question is going to focus on the integration evolution. And let's kind of start big here. Digital twins has really been a buzzword for the last few years, but now we're seeing serious real world implementation in infrastructure, urban planning, and even facility management. So how have here's the first question, and I'm going to have, hold on one second. I'm going to have Ahmed go first, but the first question is, um, how have these BIM, GIS integrations evolved to solve, actual challenges on the ground? And what's driving the adoption right now? Is it technology, regulation, or just better return on investment? And Ahmed, I'll let you go first.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My voice is clear.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Kent, for your hosting. Um, Actually, I'm really glad to be here to share practical insights from real project and discuss how reality capture is shaping the next evolutions of our industry. Okay. So let's dive into the question. Okay. A few years ago, digital twin were mostly theoretical, yani something we talked about in conference like right now. But today, with the power of reality capture, especially, and BIM technology and GIS working together, it's become real and practical. In my experience, the turning point came when we started using high accuracy reality capture for from laser scanning, photogrammetry, drone mapping, and so on, to build a reliable base for the digital twin. And of course, BIM technology or BIM adds detailed design informations. And finally, GIS connect everything to real world locations. I believe this integrations solve real challenges. For example, for infrastructure project, as you said, we can overlay the captured point cloud with BIM model to check the project progress and the deviations and detect the deviations. And for urban planning project, uh, uh, reality capture helps us to build 3D models of city and that link directly to GIS layers, supporting the decision about utility, traffic, and the flood analysis. Okay, and finally, facility management. We can monitor the assets in real time by using continuous data capturing, uh, such as IoT, Internet of Things, or scanners. Actually, behind this evolution, there are a few strong drivers. First, the accuracy of reality capture. Now we can create a digital twin and truly that truly represent the reality. Second, AI and automations now in our days helps us to process a massive data from scanner and drone efficiently. And third, cloud collaborations where BIM and GIS and reality capture data all met in one ecosystem that's accessible for everyone involved in in the project. That's it.
All right, that's a great answer, Mohammed. I'm gonna let you go next. Same question. How are these integrations evolving, and how are they solving, actual challenges on the ground? Again, to refresh your memory on the question, what's driving this adoption right now?
Yes, thank you for having me on this great panel. Well, let's talk more about the fusion of building information modeling, which is BIM, and the geographic information systems (GIS), which is often called GeoBIM, that has enabled creating data-rich digital twins that simulate and manage urban environments. I mean, let's take Sweden, for instance. The largest cities here, Stockholm, Gothenburg, Malmö, has collaborated together to create a 3D city model specification. This integration has helped these cities to collaborate, and they use today digital twins to model traffic, energy use, climate resilience, enabling scenario testing before implementation. All of these things are able because of this integration. So that integration has formed valuable collaboration platforms such as National Hub for Digital Twins, the Digital Twin Cities Center that helped municipalities in urban planning and asset management. We also see trends like the Geo AI, specifically the machine learning and the open data ecosystems that support this collaboration across sectors. So climate resilience, for instance, helping modeling flood risks and green infrastructure. So this fusion has enabled a lot of possibilities to collaborate among sectors.
Yeah, absolutely. Geo BIM, like you mentioned, Geo AI, there's a lot of exciting things going on. Mr. Videlli, anything else to add to this question? No. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Our next question really gets into reality capture and precision, because we know that's important. Because if your data is wrong, your digital twin's going to be wrong, and it's going to be a big mess. So between laser scanning, photogrammetry, SLAM, drones, and now AI-driven modeling, which innovations have most improved your ability to build accurate, efficient digital twins? And if there's something still slowing you down, maybe make mention of that as well. And Ahmed, I'm going to let you go first.
That's a great question, Kent. In my experience, the biggest leap came
Oh yeah.
when reality
First of all,
capture.
thank you so much for having me here. And actually, like, I just wanted to start with digital twin and integration evaluation. Actually, so right.
All right, let's continue on with question 2. Ahmed, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. As we said, in my experience, the biggest leap came when the reality capture became faster and smarter. A few years ago, scanning a large site used to take days, sometimes week, or even months, and aligning all this data with a real headache. But now, with modern LiDAR scanners, drone photogrammetry, and AI-powered processing in software, we can capture a million of points per second, and all this data will be geofronted.
Sorry, I think, can
Uh,
you hear me?
Actually, okay, AI play a critical role in data cleaning or point cloud data cleaning. We are talking about point cloud data cleaning, point cloud data or data registering, and even classifying the point cloud automatically for saving
Sorry,
the
can you
huge
hear me?
time in processing stage. Yeah, I think there are error in connection. Uh, what used to take a team um, in a week can now done in a single day. Okay. I believe the evolutions mean the digital twin today don't just look realistic, but they behave realistically because the geometry and the spatial data behind them come straight from the real world, captured with high precision.
Yeah, well said. Mohammed, same question to you. What's making this easier and more accurate as far as the data collection goes? And are there any challenges that are still slowing you down?
Yeah, sure. Well, indeed, as I mentioned before, it's the Geo AI, specifically the machine learning. You can automate the feature extraction. We can use it for object detection. We can use it for semantic segmentation from reality capture inputs, which enables a lot of applications. But let me dive in a very special technique that is one of my favorites, which is Gaussian splatting. Gaussian splatting, well, it's a sophisticated processing method that creates more complete point clouds and significantly enhances the 3D model visualization, creating a scene that is incredibly photorealistic. And it produces outputs that are more detailed, fluid, and fascinating. I mean, Gaussian splatting improved the underlying point cloud and 3D mesh in addition to improving the visualization. Because in the geospatial world, we care also about the geometries, right? Not only the great visualization, but we need also the outcomes to be reconstructed in a good structure so we can use it in real world scenes. So Gaussian splatting, it's happening, it's improving, and I think we will see more and more applications of this.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We were in Germany here a few weeks ago at Intergeo, and Gaussian planning was talked about a lot. So, Mohammed, I'm curious, when it comes to AI, does it make post-processing better or just faster or a combination of the two?
Well, it depends on the application, but mostly we can see how it streamlines the processing. It's during data acquisition, during data processing, and post data processing. So we see incredibly streamlining in the whole process. So we will see more and more applications in the near future.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for that. All right, let's move on to the next question. This is kind of going to be more of a regional focus question, you know. So let's kind of shift gears to the Middle East, where we're obviously seeing massive investments in smart cities, mega projects, and digital transformation in general. What's unique about implementing BIM, GIS, integrated twins in that part of the world, and what are the biggest advantages? What are the hurdles that are still existing when it comes to data, interoperability, scalability, or real-time updates? Ahmed, why don't you go first on this one?
Okay, great. Actually, in the Middle East, we have seen a huge investment or a huge interest and investment in digital twin, especially when they are integrated with BIM and GIS. The advantage here is clear, very clear. The region is investing in smart cities and mega project and sustainability goals. Actually, reality capture, because I'm focusing about reality capture spatial data because my major, okay, in other geomatics, but it's okay. Reality capture play a key role or a critical role in this journey because it gives us or provide us accurate or high quality spatial data from the real world. We can say, for example, from laser scanning, drone mapping, and photogrammetry, make the digital twin truly real. However, challenges would still exist. One big issue is data interoperability. Each organization may use a different format or a different platform. Another challenge is scalability, as you said, especially for large national projects that require a constant update. Real-time accuracy is improving, but it depends on how well sensor or IoT system and cloud platform are integrated. Governmental initiative like Saudi Vision 2030 and the UAE Digital Transformation Strategy are a strong driver for the success. Um, they encourage the use of reality capture and spatial data to make a city more connected and efficient. Still, we need more collaboration between public and private sector to build a unified digital ecosystem.
Yeah, all really, really good points. Mr. Vidali, welcome back. Please provide your insight to question 3. All right, Mohammed, why don't you go ahead and add some value to this part of the conversation?
Yeah, sure. Well, let me add another key advantage for the Middle East. We all know that the countries in the Middle East are early adopters of GeoBAM.
Sorry, can you hear me? I think now audio is clear, if I'm not wrong.
I think there's a delay in the voice now.
Yeah, go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah. So yeah, I just mentioned that we see early adopters in Middle East of GeoBAM. I mean, let's mention the adoption in the giga projects such as NEOM, Red Sea Global, Expo 2020 in Dubai, Expo 2030 in Riyadh, FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar and FIFA World Cup 2034 in Saudi Arabia. We can also mention the rapid growth and urbanization, which could be both as an advantage and a challenge at the same time. And when we talk about challenges, so let's talk about one huge technical challenge, which is data quality issues. I mean, let's talk about the data accuracy, the data availability, the information lost during data extraction. All these challenges need to be addressed. And as Ahmad said before, the interoperability, it's also a very, very important challenge because it ensures software compatibility and following the data standards to ease the process of collaboration.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Ahmed, I do have a follow-up question for both of you. Is there, out of curiosity, is there a local talent or training gap that's slowing the adoption of the technologies?
Well, it could be, but I think it has been processed hugely recently. We see a lot of efforts to minimum this gap in knowledge. And we see like a lot of opportunities to such as the GeoSpatialNext. This platform is enriching the awareness about these technologies. How could we solve these challenges? What kind of insights that we can learn from it? So I think this gap is minimizing during the time.
Perfect. Ahmed, I'm sure you have a unique perspective on this as far as, local talent or training gap. What would you like to add? All right. It seems like we might be having some technical difficulties. Mr. Vidali, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. I think looks there is a audio delay from my end, so I'm not sure you can hear me now.
We can hear you. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Do you have any
sorry for those.
Do you have anything you want to add to question 3?
Yeah, especially like since I'm working on in the Middle East for like around 10 years, so definitely I do see like a lot of advantages and challenges. So to start with, like about this BIM.js and digital twin integrations. So I started my this integration journey like 5 years back with one of the big community in the Riyadh. So where I started the project, like it is already handed over, and then we started the project. Literally it was in 2D project in environment, and there is no 3D information available. And then we started deployed reality capture technology, where we digitalized all their assets. Literally it is like around 2 million square meter area. It's not like small project even. So where we deployed all our lidar scanners, and we capture all those assets into a digital form. And then we did like a scan to BIM. We developed the BIM models, and then we integrated or feed the data of all the asset informations and locations data to all the assets. Then we used one CDE mechanism, and there we integrated the data to GIS and also other digital twin platform, especially the Optum, where Maximo literally. So it is like we started with a zero and ending up with like fully digital. We made like digital community, literally digitalize their operations, and now they are for all their operation, integrating with all their operation systems, and especially they are also making a command control center. This all happening because of like the reality capture technology, where we capture all the buildings using those technology. I can proudly say that especially about like fast 4 5 years, especially after COVID, the digital era was like widely opened. And especially I'm not sure about like outside Middle East, but like in the Middle East now, the client creating a mandate for the digital, especially they are coming up with like exchange information requirements and GIR they are creating, especially for the GIS information requirements. So you can see how the client is keen to implement those kind of technologies across this Middle East region. I'm very positive. I think next 2 to 3 years probably Middle East going to be test bed for these digital innovations. It's now we are not talking in like kind of theoretical. There are, as I mentioned, I was involved 5 years back in the project of actual real digital twin projects. So I think maybe you can hear a lot of successful twin stories after 2 to 3 years across this Middle East region. So yeah. And talking about technology, skill set gap, yeah, I do notice after handover like there is some of the gaps, but I think, but nowadays people are very interested about these technologies, and those skill gaps also probably it may be filled with full skill set, like maybe next couple of years, 1 or 2 years. I think that we can overcome in this region, and we don't see any hurdles to implement this technologies across in the Middle East. Yeah, I'm also proud to be part of this evolution, and especially in the midst.
Great, thank you for that. Let's move on to question 4, Ahmed. This one's going to focus on getting started with BIM GIS integration. So let's get practical on this one. For the folks that are listening who want to jump in but don't know where to start, in your opinion, from based on your experiences and what you're seeing, what's the first step?
Okay, great. From my experience, the first step is always understanding your data. Before thinking about BIM or GIS software, organizing the organization should focus on accurate reality capture tool, whether through the laser scanning, drone, or and so on. They provide us a reliable digital foundation to build on. Once you have a precise data, the next step is defining a clear workflow, how your BIM or JS team will collaborate, which standard you will follow, and how your data or how the data will move between systems. The integrations here is not just software compatibility; it's about communications and structure. In past projects, I have seen the most successful implementation is to start with a small pilot area and grow once the team are confident with the workflow. So the key lessons here: don't rush integration. Focus on accuracy and coordination and building a unified digital information rooted in a reality capture.
Perfect, thank you for that. Mohammed, from your perspective, what's the first step?
Well, I will just add a few steps to the steps that Ahmed has talked about. I will say collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Collaborate locally, collaborate regionally, and globally. I mean, I just mentioned how Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö cities has developed together the 3CIM specification to harmonize the 3D city modeling across Sweden. So collaboration is the key. Another thing to have in mind is to start with scalable pilot projects. I mean, you can start small, but think to scale it up after finishing the project. And let's talk finally about how important to follow standardization to ensure the interoperability.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Videlli, question 4, what would you like to add? Not sure if he's hearing us. Ahmed, I'm curious. There's got to be a lesson learned or two that you've learned along the way that maybe you could share with others so that they don't experience the same
Yeah.
thing.
My
Hold
perspective
on.
for initial, how to start with the BIM and GIS was like clearly with the mandates. I think probably establishing proper.
Go ahead. Okay, Ahmed, talk about a lesson learned or two that you could share with the people that are listening.
Yeah, as engineer Muhammad, our colleague said, the collaborations
Sorry,
between the team and systems
can you hear
and
me? I think I'm not sure.
yes, your
I'm
voice
coming
is
through.
here.
There's a really big delay,
Yes, yes, you're right.
really big delay. Um, let's go back to Ahmed. Go ahead.
Yeah, the collaboration and the coordinations between the team and understanding the data, the and metadata, and how to start and starting with a pilot project. This is a very important. And this is in my thought.
Having
I
a
can
good
hear you,
pilot
but I'm
project.
not
Yeah.
sure.
Go ahead. All right, we've got a very serious delay in audio here. Mohammed, how about you? How about you? Can you talk about a lesson learned that you'd like to share with the group?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the collaboration. I mean, here in Sweden, I coordinate projects among the municipalities in the Stockholm County, which are 26 municipalities, and we see how wonderful it is to collaborate among these municipalities, the small ones, the big ones, the middle ones.
So
We all have experiences, we all have challenges,
yeah,
and we don't need to start from zero. We can talk about the issues that we have, the solutions that we work it for, and that helps everybody. Everyone wins when we collaborate together. So I would encourage, not only in the local governments but also across sectors, that the private and public partnerships, uh, these are valuable, and you can make miracles with
Mm,
collaboration.
yeah, very good point made by both of you guys. Mr. Vidali, can you hear us? Can you hear me? No. All right. I apologize, everybody, for the audio challenges we're having here. Um, let's move on to question 5, and this is going to focus on the future of BIM and GIS. So this is kind of looking into the crystal ball. What, Ahmed, you go ahead and go first. What's the next big leap from your perspective in BIM and GIS integration?
Great. Okay.
yeah, I
If
can
we
hear
look
you.
ahead, I think
Just to
the
add, like
next big leap.
for especially for learn from the project was like when we started without proper requirements. I can say, sorry, I'm so sorry. I think
Go ahead, Ahmed.
Okay, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think the next big leap in BIM and GIS integration will come from how we use the reality capture as the foundation for everything. Because once you have accurate, high resolution spatial data, uh, you're not just building a model, you are building a real digital environment. In the next 3 or 5 years, technology like AI and IoT will help digital twin to think and respond AI will analyze the data automatically, detect the change, and even predict the maintenance need. IoT sensor will feed live data from the real world into the model, keeping it always up to date. And with geospatial intelligence trying everything together, we will move from static model to a living system where BIM, GIS working together seamlessly to understand not just how things look, but they behave in real life. So the real transformation will happen when reality capture become the constant link between the physical and the digital worlds, turning the data into final decision.
Perfect. Mohammed, go ahead. Question number 5.
Yeah, so we're talking about future. I will talk about Cityverse. Cityverse, well, actually, it's not the future. It's happening now while we talking about it, which is a collaborative platform launched by the International Telecommunication Union, the United Nations International Computing Center, Digital Divide, and supported by over 70 global partners. And what is Cityverse? Well, Cityverse, it's it's a platform aiming to shape a future where AI-powered virtual worlds are inclusive, trusted, and interoperable. By connecting people, cities, and technologies, it improves meaningful progress for AI-powered virtual worlds. And talking about Cityverse, let me also talk about another European project, which is the European Cityverses Uniting for Inclusiveness project, which is supported by the European Union. And this project will develop an AI-supported platform built on the Gothenburg's digital twin in Sweden. And this project is aiming to meet the needs of all residents and visitors, regardless of the age or ability, to create a more equal and accessible urban environments. So the future is Cityverse.
Gotcha. So what are we heading towards? Ahmed, you can go with this one. Are we heading towards like a full automation scenario, or are we just going to have smarter humans with better tools?
Well, I think that technology is enabling, enforcing, enriching. It's not going to replace humans. That's my opinion. We're gonna see a lot of improvements, development, innovations. It's gonna be very easy to integrate with between the physical and virtual worlds. It's gonna be easier for people to to integrate with their cities. So I see it like enabler, not as a replacer. That's my opinion, actually.
Gotcha. Ahmed, are you with us, or did we lose you too? Okay. On that same topic, do you think we're going to see, or maybe we're already seeing it and I'm not aware of it, are we going to see live digital twins that, stay up to date automatically, or is that a bit of a dream?
Well, I think by using the Internet of Things, the sensors are getting smarter. We are getting like data in real time, so we were gonna be able to automate the data acquisition, and probably also the processing of data. But I think not quite sure that we're gonna get fully automated processing or the whole process to be automated during the next 3 years. Maybe 10 years, I would say, somehow.
10 years. Mm-hmm. That's really not that far in the future. We did get a question from the audience, and Mohammed, I'll let you go with this one, and then Ahmed. How do you see the future of GIS? How do you see the future of integrating GIS and BIM in developing smart cities? What does that look like, Mohammed?
Yeah, actually, I have already talked about this concept of the cityverse, which is in the ground. It's a 3D city model, and the 3D city models they are grounded on this integration between BIM and GIS. So the BIM, it's the information model that includes a lot of information that we need to build, to maintain, to manage the assets. And we have the GIS with the power of coordinates, the power of location, and together we get that smart 3D city model. And then we integrated with artificial intelligence, we integrated with the Internet of Things, the smart sensors, and we get this concept of cityverse. So we get like a huge platform integrating people with technologies and cities. So I think this integration is very essential in the cityverse world.
Yeah, so much advantages and so many uses for this technology. It's pretty unbelievable. Is there one innovation that you're most excited about, Mohammed?
Well, I'm very excited about the Gaussian splatting because it's rapidly evolving. And as you mentioned before, we were like in Germany during Intergeo. I was there as well last year, and I would say during 1 year, so many things has happened.
Yeah,
it's mind blowing.
it is.
I mean, the guys working on this technology, they are doing an amazing job. So guys, a huge shout out. Keep moving and develop this. You're doing a great job, and the whole industry will get benefits of that.
Yeah, definitely. Ahmed, what would you like to add?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my system was
Okay.
dropped. My system. Yeah, I just heard your questions, but after that, my system was dropped. As our colleague said, the integrations or the in the future, the tool, the integration was the solutions. Not only using one tool, but the integrations was the solutions. And as we said before, the AI play a critical role for saving time, for everything we will do in the future, for especially in data processing in office work. For point cloud classifications, registering, data processing, we can say as a general term.
And
That's
is
it.
there an innovation in particular that you're most excited about in the near future?
Actually, we can't imagine the innovation. We can't imagine in the future what's happened. But let's see the next years what will happen.
Yeah, yeah. Do you see us having like real time digital twins that are updated in real time with geospatial information?
Yeah, it's a geospatial data is and it's a relationship between.
Looks like we lost Ahmed. Mohammed, is there anything else you want to add?
Well, I just want to say that I see more and more industries seeing the valuable geospatial data. How valuable is it? How important to acquire geospatial data, to process it, and to turn it into insights, into knowledge, into action, which is a very very positive trend actually, because we were struggling with being such an anonym branch, but we see that more awareness and more in this investment in this industry. We also get benefits from other industries, actually. I mean, the car industry are investing in LiDAR sensors. We get benefits from the imagery as well, artificial intelligence, the GPUs. All of these industries are helping us to develop our industry and gain more powerful tools to improve the knowledge that we have and deliver better data for smart decision making.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for that. Thank you to the rest of the panelists. I think we need to just about wrap it up here. And thank you to everybody that's been listening, tuning into this conversation. Apologies for the audio difficulties,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
one thing I want to mention, the future of geospatial isn't just about data alone. It's about connecting all this data, and that's where all the exciting developments are happening. So, Emery, if you want to take it from here.
Yes, thank you again. I just checking the chat box, and we have a couple of questions. So I'm now bringing to the screen. Actually, we answered at the last question, but Mohammed Al-Maktour Nawai wondering that which innovation, LiDAR, UAV, photogrammetry, or cloud-based GIS will have the most impact in the next 5 years. I can say all of them together with AI. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
This is the answer, but would you add something on about it?
Yeah, actually, I just mentioned the Gaussian splatting, which is rapidly evolving, and it's kind of mind blowing because it's accurate, photorealistic, and it solves so many issues that we had before with point clouds. So I would say Gaussian splatting.
Actually, we just heard the nerve, and after that, Gaussian splatting out there, and it's very surprising. And as you said, just 1 year now, it's quite short to see new things. So yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. Another one is also, yeah. How do you see the future of integrating GIS and BIM in developing smart cities? And there's a current move towards connecting 3D models with real-time geospatial data to support operation and maintenance after construction.
Yeah, I think we have already answered this question. We talked about Cityverse, which is a collaborative platform that is built on the integration of the BIM and GIS. So I would tell Obaid to search more about it. It's a very huge project, collaboration between more than 70 global partners. So yeah, just take a look at that Cityverse.
Is not here, right? Ahmed, can you hear us? No, I don't think so. Yeah, again, thank you. I would like to say you all, but now we have 15 speakers. Okay, again, it was really nice to hear you. Thank you for sharing your insights, and I'm sure it goes to somewhere, someone's minds. And thank you again. So we have to jump another session in 7 minutes only. So see you guys. Thank you again.
Thank you so
Go grab
Thank you.
coffee. Thank you.
Bye.
Yes.
Hi everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Yes,
Hi, how are you
yeah,
doing?
we can hear you.
Cool.
Welcome you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Just Omar, your camera is working live. So, um, yeah, now we are starting the second session, and I have new guests again. Let me introduce at first Bülent Bayram, co-founder from Reframe AI, Faiz Omgar, Senior Manager Business Development, Smart Solutions Space 42, George Smolov, Sales Solution Manager from Ezri Saudi Arabia, and Amar Bey said, GIS Manager, Aegis from Aegis. Welcome you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And yeah, Amar, now it's yours. We can start to ask questions.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Sabah al khair for everyone. Here I'm Ahmad Saeed. I will be a moderator for the session. I think this is a very important discussion it will be because in recent years we've seen more natural disasters and floods, wildfires and earthquakes in our planet. That's why we built in resilience is not a choice anymore. It's a must. Geospatial these days technologies play a significant role in this effort, and they help us predict, respond to, and recover from disasters faster and rapid for that. And today, Alhamdulillah, we have a great panel and experts who will share how GIS and remote sensing, AI, and data integration are changing disaster management and helping governments, organizations, and communities, of course, to become more resilient. Let's begin our discussion. I will be focused in four main points: foundation of geospatial resilience, and also innovation and technology for integration, data collaboration and capacity building, and last things, the vision of the future. Let's start with the first question in foundation of geospatial resilience, in transformation disaster management. Geospatial technologies are transforming disaster by improving early warning system and response efforts and post-event recovery. How are geospatial tools evolution detecting and management of hazards these days? The question for you, George.
So first, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure and looking forward to answer all your questions. So first, disaster management is divided into four phases. Before the disaster, we have preparedness and mitigation. And after the disaster, we have response and recovery. And across the four phases, geospatial technology, it revolutionized basically three major capabilities. First, data, and second, analysis, and third is information sharing. When it comes to data, first, we have data is available now. 20 years ago, it wasn't really easy to get satellite imagery. It wasn't cheap as well. Now you have Landsat, Sentinel, Copernicus. You have free data to use. Second, geospatial systems, they support different data modalities. You have hyperspectral, multispectral imagery, SAR data, LiDAR, 3D, real-time data coming from sensors. You have big data. So, and it's coming basically from satellites, airplanes, drones, ground sensors, mobile phones. So, and it's integrated in one geospatial system, and it's like kind of it is a single source of truth. So this is regarding data. Regarding analysis, first GeoAI, it's transforming technology, and we're going to talk about it later. But next to the AI, you have spatial temporal analysis, you have real-time analysis, graph analysis, big data analysis, and coming down to sharing information. We know in disaster, situational awareness is crucial, and sharing information. Today, you can share information in different forms. Instead of just sharing it as a map, you can share it in different forms to multiple stakeholders. For example, for disaster managers, you can share it as dashboards. You can share it on mobile apps for responders, field crews, and web applications for analysts, and story maps for public. So basically, this is how those three capability revolutionize the four phases in disaster management. Yeah, Ammar.
Thank you, George, for these insights. Let us to jump on the second question about the impact. Adopting all geospatial nav technologies isn't realistic for most countries in the Middle East and mature. And if you were to start improving disaster resilience tomorrow, what would be the first practical steps by tech? You may share an example, Faiz, from your experience and from your real.
Sure. Thanks for having me, and thank you, Amar, for the question. I think from our side at Space4Zero, and I will try to be very, I would say, accurate and pragmatic. We put a lot of focus on SAR and foresight SAR constellation, meaning synthetic aperture radar, for those who don't know. And we are expanding right now, even this week, to 5 satellites, which will provide 25 centimeter resolution imagery. And this is very important because we need this detail to detect infrastructure changes, flood patterns, and under cloud or darkness situation. So the good news is that the region is already, I would say, moving forward with even sovereign capabilities. And with this kind of technology right now, we can task imagery and process it through platforms with AI power and share analytics securely to governments. And that's very important. This is where we really put a lot of focus today, to not depend on foreign data necessarily, but have actually data activated through analytics AI to provide dashboards to people who will be unfortunately, I would say, be prone to disaster events. And we saw it with great examples in the UAE 2 years ago with the floodings which happened here, but also with earthquakes, unfortunately, that are more and more happening around the world, like 2 years ago in Morocco, but even more recently close to the UAE. So I think when it comes to adopting those technologies, there is no technology which is going to replace another one. But I think to be really practical, SAR is very good because it helps us go below the clouds, and also it works day and night compared to satellite imagery. Amar, you still there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Faiz, for sharing this real example from UK and your insight for that. I'll go to the academy, and my next question about AI and machine learning. This trend now, how can we transform them to enhance and improve the way to process? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My voice clear?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We
Yes,
hear
yes,
you,
yes.
yes. We hear
Hello?
you. Maybe
We
you
can
don't
hear
hear
you
us.
now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, great. I'll go to, yeah, I'll go
Um,
to the,
sorry, just a second, Amar.
I think my
Because
my voice, I think,
yeah,
late.
there is a delay.
How AI and machine learning?
Amar, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, I think there is a delay, voice audio delay from your end. That's why I just want to the first question because I realized that Bülent hasn't answered. So yeah,
Yeah.
do I
Can,
need to repeat the question, Bülent?
okay. Yeah.
No. If you want, yes, maybe a short repeat.
Yeah, you can start with the first questions, and
I
we
mean,
would like to
yes.
see what you are thinking.
Yeah, I want to. The first question was that technologies are transforming disaster resilience. Yeah, if I am not wrong. Yeah, I want to look from this different perspective, if you allow me, for this topic. You know, in disaster resilience, one of the most key role players are end users and decision makers. And even we have huge technologies, remote sensing technologies, GIS technologies, and AI technologies. But in each country, there is existing uh, hazard management procedures and preparedness procedures. They are good or not, but there is. Uh, if you put from scratch to them, if you say that you should use this technology, they are getting resistant. That's why these technologies should be somehow integrated into the existing procedures to make them, I mean, involved into these procedures. Yes, the previous speakers mentioned a lot about these technologies, but I would say also another thing, training is here very important. First, end user training and decision making. During prep, I mean, before hazard or during hazard, especially in during hazard, you are having catastrophic information. You need to respond in maybe some seconds. Hazard is also not stable progress, changing in seconds. And whole information changes at the same time. And the decision makers and field person should also integrate into this change, and they should have, I mean, how can I say, true, accurate answers to manage with this disaster. That's why training is very important, and instead, I mean, separated technologies. I have two heads. One of my heads is academic, and another is a company co-founder. That's why I maybe I have a different perspective to see the future. I mean, even that's why the compact technologies are needed. Integrated technologies are urgently needed. They should be very simple. I mean, for use and understandable, not for end users and users. They shouldn't be very sophisticated, maybe because in hazard I made a project with Turkish director of forestry during forest fire. You cannot imagine, politicians are calling, people are calling, and separated informations are coming at the same time. What is the decision maker's role? He or she should collect all information in his or her brain and should have a decision, true decision. It is impossible. That's why first training, second compact, relevant, and useful system should be provided for institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Doctor. Thank you, Prof, for that.
Yeah.
Really,
So Ammar, the doctor was commenting on question 2, right?
yeah.
So I have some comments if we're still talking about question 2, unless you're moving to question 3.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
shall I
Yeah.
carry
Yeah.
forward?
You can go with question 2. Please.
Yeah, I totally agree with the doctor. Actually, if we, you know, that in the Middle East, not all countries in the Middle East can afford the high budget for SAR data and other high-level technology. So budgets are really tight, and procurement is slow. This is why, for me, if we want to solve this problem in our countries, it's gonna be people first, not technology first. That's the approach. So people first, I can give you like 5 steps to follow just to apply it. It's not gonna make it easy, but it is doable. The first step is in every country you have army, Red Cross or Red Crescent, civil defense, and municipalities. So you go to those organizations, you bring skilled people, and then you make the core disaster management team. That core disaster management team has three mandate: to plan, to coordinate and collaborate, and then third point is to oversee the whole operations before and during and after a disaster. Now, this core team has to work on three things in parallel. The first thing, he has to set a geospatial team, a skilled geospatial team. You need skilled people for that. You go to universities, institutions, NGOs, the community. And believe me, I was in the Red Cross. You engage community and you get skilled volunteers. No money paid, skilled volunteers. Those people, they will know where to get free data, where to get free software, where to get like affordable software and commercial entities they can talk with. Esri is one of them. And they will start working on their data sets and doing all their hazards management and risk management. The second point, this core team has to build the right partnership. You can go and partnership with different or international organizations. One of them is the international charter. Second could be with the international charter, you can go directly or you can go through the UN. You have the UNOCET, you have the International Red Cross Community. You have ESRI Disaster Response Program as well. So those organizations, in case of a disaster, they will provide you free SAR data, satellite imagery, technical expertise, analysis. It's all for free. The third point is planning. You have to have a detailed planning. What to do before a disaster, during a disaster, after a disaster. You have different type of disasters. Which type of, in case of such or such disaster, which data I should acquire, from which organization, which person I should contact. Now, in different disaster, you will engage different teams. In some disaster, you have the army, the Red Cross, with the municipality, or maybe excluded. And others could be the police and the Red Cross. It depends. So you define those rules. You know which team should engage first, what's the role of each team in the field. And now you put the criteria, how you're going to assess post-disaster, how you're going to assess the damage, what are the criteria, how to spend, how to allocate resources. And once you have all three, you have the teams, the plans, again, back to the doctor idea, practice, practice, and practice. You take an area, you simulate a hazard, you engage team, you see where are the problems, you fix it, and then you repeat. So basically, with tight budget and slow procurement, satellites and AI, like disaster resilient doesn't start with satellites and AI. It starts with skilled people, with smart plans, and with the right partnerships.
Thank you, Georges. So, Faiz, do you want to say something
Thank you,
about?
Georges, for these insights.
question.
and these ideas really is very important for that, and to engage the people and the local community and volunteers to respond for these disasters before people before the technology and before the machine. Also, I saw this experiment in Istanbul to how to respond for disaster for the earthquake and how to connect between civil defense and Red Crescent and uh, community, local community, to respond for these disasters. Thank for that. Let us to go with another questions
Omar, just
about.
Omar, just a second. I think Faiz has something about for the third questions. Faiz, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. No, thanks, Emery. I really appreciate what George and Bülent were saying. I mean, in every kind of I would say technology development and here in disaster, it's people above everything, and that's important. It's how we gather people all together depending on their background profile, and this is where actually we make the thing happening on the ground, trying to save as many lives as possible. And again, I think it's technology is complementary. I do agree, and I think in those cases, I mean, it should be all about being free for people because it's time. And I think for the third question, and I would bridge it actually, I think AI actually buys responders time, and that's actually how we see it more and more, and that's important. So at the end of the day, we need the people to go straight to the right places without spending time to understand the data and either satellite or SAR and so on and so forth. In our cases, again, we saw it and we've been involved in such disaster management. Around 90% faster emergency responses we have been able to provide to some real use case. And again, it's real use case here. And 30% reduction in predictive maintenance costs for even infrastructure and operators, because now it's also about predicting. The idea is not just to wait for the next earthquake or flooding. The idea is to try to build resiliency and be able to predict as much as we can what is going to happen. And I think AI is here to support now and to move the technology and the response to the next level. And I think this is where it starts to be interesting to provide a central ecosystem where data is gathered and powered by AI for the sake of giving to civil defense and so on and so forth the right, I would say, insights, the right analytic at the right time.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue the four questions, do you have anything to add for the
Emre, I
first
will say one thing that I have forgotten.
Yeah, please.
Two important points should be also always kept in our mind. First, if we talk about disaster, we are always, I mean, not we, institutions are always talking individual disaster, but we need to consider cascade disasters. It is very important. Earthquake means fire. I mean, flooding means landslide. Tsunami, I mean, volcanic eruption means again earthquake and tsunami, or earthquake means tsunami. That's why the preparedness and use of the technologies, AI, etc., should be prepared in that way. Only dealing with six individual, I mean, disasters may not bring good solutions. Okay, it is very difficult, but that's why we are talking about AI. Second thing, which I want to also propose as a solution, the serious games. These are new not very new, but very efficient technologies for, I mean, training of the decision makers. Also, during hazard management, they can take a place as a second opinion givers for decision makers. I mean, these are important things that we should also consider about this. Thank you, Emre.
Th- Thank
Yeah,
you, Doctor.
yeah. Thank you.
Is there
So,
any
Omar, now we can continue with the fourth and last questions.
Before, can I add some comments before moving to
Yeah,
the
of course.
first question?
Of course.
Yeah, so regarding AI and machine learning, I would take it through phases. Like in the first phase was preparedness. We need to prepare data sets. Okay, so before you used to bring a team to work on all those data sets. Today you can bring satellite imagery, and then from satellite imagery, multispectral, you can get run AI models to get land cover data. Another AI model to get building footprints, a third model to identify your infrastructure. So here we're leveraging machine learning and deep learning to build our data sets either without a human intervention or with human intervention if we want a human being to check the results of an AI model. Second, if we want to, like Fayez said, right now we're collecting weather data. We have sensors in the ground, we have satellites, we have time series of data so we can work on predictions. And we can, for example, if we have a wildfire and we want to see how it's going to spread, we can take vegetation data, temperature, wind data, and we can forecast how it's going to spread. Same for cyclones. We can predict the trajectory of a cyclone. So all this, it comes as part of the preparedness phase. When it goes to a response phase, and here again, situation awareness is key. Let's say if we're talking, so far we don't have AI agents, but if I bring drones, I can deploy drones, get damage assessed or identified quickly. If we move to the second level with agentic AI, I can have an agent taking all these damage zones, distributing tasks to the field teams in the field. Another point that we can work on is AI assistance. Let's say, because I was a volunteer in the Red Cross, you have a case, you want to know to which hospital you want to move, right? So the operation room should guide you to which room. But let's say you have an AI agent who knows what's the situations in each hospital, the emergency room, operation room, ICU, and then you can just explain to your AI assistant your case, and it will know if it needs an immediate operation or if it needs an ICU later on, and it will guide you to which hospital you should go based on the hospital situations. So this is one case. If we go to the recovery, like the most important case for me in recovery is how you allocate budgets. So you need the damage data, you need demographic data, you need the social vulnerability data. So you know where, and AI here, it can help you just to prioritize and to allocate budget where it makes the biggest impact. So just examples through the disaster management phases of where we can use AI.
amazing, Georges, and to see that how can AI to help us to respond to this for disasters. Let me to go to fourth question, last question. How do you see satellite and aerial imagery evolve in the next 5 years to improve disaster resilience? What innovations such as high resolution sensor or faster data processing, of course, AI-powered predictive analytics will have the biggest impact in the world? The mic for you. You can start, Faiz.
Yeah, I think from my side, this I would say environment is moving super fast technologically wise, and I think one of the things that we think that may happen very soon, and I think that experimentation already there, is AI on the edge. So basically, try to run models closer to the sensor, so that you can trigger real-time alerts. And I think this is where, again, I agree with what George said about agentic and AI in general. But I think if we can really push AI to the border of being on edge on such devices which are quite technologically advanced as a satellite or a SAR. That's important. The second technology, and I think that we will see more and more, is high altitude pseudo satellite. So it's basically a satellite that runs in the stratosphere and not in the ionosphere. And those ones actually, imagine it's big drones actually powered by solar UVs. And I think this is where also you can deploy very quickly technology in case of disaster, and to provide actually a snapshot of any area when it comes to persistent crisis awareness. So I think those two actually are the two ones that I see moving and being able to, I would say, be launched very soon.
Thank you, Faiz, for that. Let's, Prof. Dr. Bulent.
I would say I agree with Vice totally, but you know, if we think about the countries, and as George mentioned, the budget management, we need to not go in deep inside of very sophisticated technologies, because as again George and Faiz mentioned, this technology should be how can I say, not very expensive for many countries. That's why, first of all, the open science approach is very important. What does it mean? The data sharing is very important. AI, in my opinion, I am dealing with AI since 10, 11 years. I don't remember, but AI is not a magic. You know, if you don't use in AI in proper time, you can have big trouble. That's why data set generation, for example, is very important, because it is rare. Maybe another audience have faced with this situation. There are even open access data sets, but they are mostly wrong labeled. That's why to create your own data set, you need to give huge effort. What can we, I mean, how can AI help us? I mean, generative AI can be used efficiently for this purpose. And another thing, also, I mean, the high altitude drones. They are very. I mean, they can be very functional. You know, we are talking about the technologies during hazard, but what if the communication loss appeared? It means communication between decision makers and field won't be happen. That's why it is most important than the providing of sophisticated high-tech technologies. You know, we need to think about hazard in very simple way, because as Faiz mentioned, we are dealing with the human life. I mean, we should go beyond of the fantasies, and we need to concentrate on the human save of the human lives. That's why the provided technologies should focus on this way. Yeah. The last which I wanted to say, yes, they have a lot of high resolution satellite imageries, but they are very expensive. Again, thanks to God, AI is exist, I would say. For example, super resolution technologies can be used. But except all IoT sensors, yes, they are very good but expensive. That's why we need to focus on to generate. I mean, we can use it, but we cannot. How can I say? Mount them in huge country. It is really expensive, but we can use it as a training samples. Then we need to focus on to generate very accurate and periodically calibrated models. Uh, if we can manage to create these models, then we will need less IoT sensors. Then it will be very cheap. I mean, with these climate models and predictive models, you can estimate a lot of things. That's why, as a scientist or the company owner, my focus is to create this kind of technologies. You know, IoT sensors are already generated. They are very good, wonderful, but they can use, in my opinion, only as a sentinel systems for edge federated learning purposes, blah blah. But in huge country, you cannot mount it. As a result, I would say the technologies should be very efficient and data should be shared, and the provided technology should be very simple and useful for the end user again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I agree with you for this data sharing data is very important, especially during the crisis or disasters. And also about this budget, it's a very important factor. And this go back with George answers in the importance of the banner to manage the disasters. And the mic for you, George, is for this question.
I totally agree with the doctor. So basically, technology is a deflationary force. So with time, technology basically makes everything smaller, more precise, better, and cheaper. Yeah, we see it. It's a deflationary force. Nevertheless, the question is just let's imagine what will happen in the next 5 years, despite of budgets. Yeah. So in the question 2, I was thinking about budgets. In question 4, it's just let's imagine. Basically, I see the technological advances happening on multiple levels. The first level is, of course, sensors. Let's imagine we have free or affordable centimeter level hyperspectral, multispectral, and SAR imagery. And we're able to analyze it. So we can have we can detect the millimeter grade ground deformation, for example. This will help us a lot with predicting landslides, sinkholes, or maybe fault line creeping, or for example, with those advanced satellites where we can really detect the subtle change in heat for volcanoes eruptions. So this is on the level of the sensors, or maybe SAR is really an interesting technology, maybe with wider frequency coverage. We can have a better differentiation between land cover. We can go deeper across sands and dust. So all this at the sensors level. Another technological advancement is AI models. So, for example, seeing advancements in the model like graph neural networks, like more domain-specific foundational models like the PINS, the physics-informed neural networks, and going into agentic AI, where honestly an AI agent would deploy drones, and other AI agents will collect the data and will do the damage assessment. It will distribute tasks to the field crew. Now we go to a third level of technological advancements: robotics. Field crews in the field having robots with them to go into deep and narrow places to be able to help people. And to another level with quantum computers and data centers and 6G, 7G satellites telecommunication. So basically, let's think, with those we have kind of unlimited processing power and unlimited bandwidths. And back to the doctor point, communication is key. But let's imagine we have this quantum computers and data centers with satellite communication, with 6G, 7G, and all this unlimited bandwidths. Now you're enabling everything is in real time. I can get all kind of data, big data in real time, yeah? In real time analysis, real time sharing information. That's crazy. This is situational awareness in real time. I know, doctor, it's not cheap. But well, let's imagine this is what the technology in 5 years, and maybe in 15 years, what I'm talking about will become cheaper because it's a deflationary force, technology. But more important than all this, and this is my final point, technology has to have a purpose. Yeah. So we're developing technology to save life. Having everything in real time, doing what we used to do in hours and minutes, it has to serve, it has to mean saving more people faster. Yeah. But when the technology will become the reason behind a disaster, like what we're seeing with data center right now, then guys, we're missing the point.
Brilliant, 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 Georges. And this is really the amazing vision for the future. We hope to get that and with a good budget, like the doctor mentioned that.
With good budget, it has to be more than 5 years.
Of course, that. Anyone to add, Faiz? Do you have to
Yeah, I
add?
think I just want to close with some words. I think, let's be honest with ourselves, disasters are inevitable. I think, and it's the world is changing, so we will see, unfortunately, these more and more. But it's all about how data is driving coordination, and I think that's important. Data from the ground, from the sky, or even from above. So I think at the end of the journey, it shouldn't be only a question of budget. It's really a question of being able and capable to deploy the right technology in the right time, try to predict a little bit more what could happen based on weather forecast model, seismic model, and so on and so forth, to be ready to save lives. And this is where actually I think a lot of companies are putting efforts in deploying and building new technologies.
May I add one thing, maybe, if we have time?
Thank you, Faiz. Thank you, Faiz, for that.
May I add one thing, if we have time? I mean, we are always focusing on the disaster like tsunami, volcanic eruption, earthquake, blah,
You can
blah.
go.
But according to or due to climate change, there are more different kind of disasters. For example, insects, invasive insects, they are killing the agriculture. I mean, killing the forests. I mean, then we are losing our nutrition resources. These are also unseen disasters, or invasive algae into the oceans. They are also changing the biodiversity directly. That's why, I mean, maybe as a result, disaster should be taught in more bright way, not the type of disaster that human being frequently face with it, but the new type of disaster should be counted also very carefully. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, thank you again for sharing your insights. It was really, really nice to hear you. I just checking the chat box, and we have two questions. Yes, the first one is Mohammed asked, how can geospatial technologies and data integration support proactive planning and faster response during the natural disasters? Actually, we talked about it. And do you see AI and real-time analytics playing a strong role in enhancing disaster resilience strategies? Actually, you answered that question. But if you want to add the latest things, do you have anything to add? Or we can jump another question. Yeah. Another one is from Mohammed. And yeah, again, same thing. As usual, every one of them thinking about how AI can adapt in our daily works. And And of course, the validation and the accuracy is the point, quality of data. So, do you want to add something about that question? Because the data quality, and the validation is the key if you think about uh,
Yeah, I
AI.
have a point to add.
Emre, may I add something?
Yeah, of course, of course. Just go
Yes,
ahead.
I mean, yes, there is not 100% accuracy in the world. I mean, in the universe, there isn't 100% accuracy. About accuracy, what should we think? Can we go beyond of the human accuracy? You know, then it means AI will be more accurate than human. How AI can be more accurate than human? Because as I mentioned in my first speech, the decision makers cannot, respond. Sometimes, truly, they can get distracted. They can have wrong decisions. AI AI cannot replace the human being. We don't want it. But AI can be second opinion assistant for human being. Then together, the experience of human being and the power of AI can bring more accurate results. They are not fighting. They need to work together.
Yes, totally agree with you. So,
I have a point to add.
yeah, please go continue.
Okay, so first, AI, when we are producing our data sets, lots of agencies, they don't take the AI output as is. They always put a human being to review the results in order to adapt it. But again, I would go back to the doctor points. If in computer vision AI is performing better than a human, do we really need this step? Nevertheless, based on the regulation and because it makes us feel more comfortable, we're still engaging people to check this. Now, during a disaster, now this is the question, how you guarantee the quality of the data. And honestly, nothing is perfect in the world. And during a disaster, I'm not sure if we're looking for perfection during a disaster. This is why we take the worst measure. I was taught if you think this guy has a broken leg, if you just think it is a broken leg, you deal as if it is a
Mm.
broken leg. And you take all the measures, it's a broken leg, you reach to the hospital and let them decide if it's a broken leg. So it's not a perfect world. And during a disaster, all what you're thinking about is saving lives as something about.
Emre, I will just close with, and again, I think I'm closing the loop with what has been said. I think again, AI is not here to replace, but I think we have enough geospatial data to train AI, and that's actually where also the idea is. I mean, everywhere we've been mapping from the sky, from the ground with several technologies. So the more we prepare ourselves through AI training, I mean, the better we will have models that will actually make us win those 50-60% of decision making, as said by George, on site when something is happening. And I think that's the idea. If I could say it in a positive manner, I would say about AI.
Okay.
Agree.
Thank you again. Amar, do you want to add something about the question?
And just about summarization or
Yeah, of course,
summarization
of
for
course.
decision for that.
Please go ahead.
And I would like to thank for all these great speakers and these great sessions. I learned a lot from this, and I think all of us, about geospatial technology is not just a maps or data. It's about saving the lives and helping communities to recover faster. And
Mhm.
also, we have, I think, we need to build a strong teamwork and collaboration and sharing data between governments and NGOs and the local communities, of course. And this is, I think, my recap for this session. And all participate and the audience, thank you for that.
Yeah. Another thanks for the our speakers. It was really nice to hear your insights and experience. So, we have to jump now another session. So thank you again.
Thank you. شكرا.
Have a great,
Thank you.
have a
Thank you.
great
You're
مع
welcome. Bye
السلامة.
bye.
Thank
السلام
you.
عليكم.
شكرا. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Thank you.
Hey, welcome. Welcome all.
Hello.
Hello, hello everybody.
Yeah, I can hear you very well. And you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, great, great. Uh, Before we start, I just would like to introduce at first you again. Uh, Hussein Shalabi, Business Geospatial Solution Architect from Here Technologies, and Mohammed Kamal, Geospatial Data Lead from Urbi, and Mariam Shai, Senior Regional Coordinator from CBR Holding. Welcome all again. So, Mariam, we can start.
Sure, we can get started.
Yeah,
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation and for arranging this talk. I think it's really, really important and relevant nowadays to have these conversations, and geospatial tools and intelligence is really kicking off. And I think in all fields and regions and aspects, we are adopting these technologies, and it became daily part of the daily use of our lives. So I think it's very important to have these talks, and thank you so much for making this happen.
yeah,
And
it's yeah.
I also noticed that both of our guests are based in Saudi Arabia, one in Jeddah, if I'm right, and another one in Riyadh. I'm also based in Riyadh, and I think we all have this thing in common that we share the context of
Yes.
Saudi and how digital it becomes. And I keep saying that Saudi Arabia is becoming a really, really interesting case study itself because of it's sort of revolutionary case to me with all the mega projects and the level that it requires. So I think we are all embedded in the same context.
Exactly.
Oh, by the way,
Um,
I actually based in Riyadh, but I'm working between Jeddah and Riyadh always. But yeah, I suppose to
okay.
based.
I know that there is this little interesting thing between people who are based in Jeddah and people who are based in Riyadh. I'm still trying to figure out why, but I know that these two cities are sort of competing with each other still. And yeah, there are differences in point of views who prefers one and another. Okay, I think we are ready to dive into the topic. And well, I was going through your profiles and your backgrounds. I think both of you have really interesting experience on working with geospatial tools and different methodologies with different stakeholders and organizations. And at the beginning, I want all of us to dive into the context and the background of how it all started and what's the history and how overall the geospatial intelligence shaped our approach and behavior. Because first, like for example, from my experience, when I'm urban planner and architect, so I also use different kind of tools, and I'm constantly testing what's new on the market, and I'm always playing with what's coming up. And first, for example, when I learned about digital twins, it was 2018 or 2019, and I think all these conversations really started to become a thing starting from 2015. The talks about smart city, the movements, the digital twins. AI was still back then a very new thing. Right now, we are using it as it's our intern or personal assistant in everything, basically. So I wanted to ask you, what are the most significant trends from your experience that are shaping the use of geospatial tools today, and how organizations make data-driven decisions? It was not like this before. I think all of us were struggling to arrange the big data, to analyze the data, to collect information. And now we talk about smart city, and there is no smart city without data availability, or organizations, smart organizations, without having proper adoption of proper tools. So I would leave up to you, whoever wants to get started, about opening the conversation about how things are shaped nowadays and what changed within the organizations and also overall.
Okay, if you allow me. So, as you mentioned in the past, the spatial data, it was only niche about GIS and asset visualizations, etc., etc. And this topic has been improved since that days to move from just visualizing the data or analyzing the data to by using the IoT Internet of Things, as well as when the AI came, as well as machine learning before, all this stuff made the spatial data came from asset visualization to strategic decision making day by day, because now you're talking about real time data as well as uh, the streaming to all this stuff, for example, the traffic, etc. So it's come from just asset visualization to across all sectors almost for operation, logistics, maintenance, all this stuff now. It's relying and based on all location intelligence by IoT, etc. So yeah, it's a huge improvement for last couple of years. And as you mentioned as well, smart cities, it cannot be smart city without all these sensors or IoT to make the city able to make fast decisions, strategic decisions, understand how the impact will happen if we close specific road or specific segment for operation or for maintenance, what the impact for the citizen there. So yes, there is a huge improvement for last. I will not say last 10 years. It's maybe around 5, 6 years when all the cloud services came, the IoT sensors, all these new technologies showed up that take the spatial data for next level.
What do you think, Jamal? You were
Yes,
nodding a lot, so I think you agree.
yes, I agree with my colleague regarding the most significant trends shaping the GIS and geospatial location intelligence today. Because, as you know, over the last decade, location intelligence has moved from being from only just a back office GIS function into the very core of strategic decision making, as you know. So across, we see now across sectors, especially in government, in mobility, in real estate, in retail as well, we have seen clear evolution about the maps, the data. It converted from static map to predictive to dynamic and integrated with special insights as well. So when we focus and when we're talking about geospatial intelligence in the Middle East, we noticed the adoption curve, like my colleague mentioned, accelerated significantly after 2020. So as a smart city systems like Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, they have demand for real-time data, for real-time geospatial awareness for more than one industry at the same time, for infrastructure planning, for service delivery, and for citizen engagement as well. So to put it differently, we can say the most defining trend today regarding the geospatial intelligence, it related to business intelligence, no longer treating GIS as a silo and closed for only GIS users and GIS using platforms or something. No, we now see instead of this, they integrate with special data with ERP system, CRM system, and IoT, as my colleague mentioned, platforms to create like location awareness ecosystem. So, and I need to emphasize about another key shift is cultural, because decision makers now are no longer for asking for only maps or basic maps. They asking for special answers to business they problems. So that's when how we will know location intelligence has truly matured.
I think that's both of your answers are really good, and it goes really deep to what's happening, especially in Saudi. And what you mentioned, Jamal, about 2030 goals and the KPIs, I think in Saudi that defines a lot and it really drives the process because of all the requirements and what's the expectation. How do you both think this is? Like, what's the part or what's the contribution of the vision in this process that we are witnessing nowadays, and what's the part of where actually these technologies are going? Is it something naturally evolving in Saudi and elsewhere, or is it something that is top down managed, if my question makes sense?
Yes, I believe the demand in KSA, we are working in mega and giga projects at the same time in more than one country. For instance, Neom, Gdeya, Misk, and so on. So all of these projects need to raise and reach the high quality of data, high accuracy, not just transformation from digital construction to GIS or making normal digital twin models. No, they seeking for real data, real-time data for infrastructure, for retail, for and we see now the technology involving um, in real estate industry like if you know, Al Medina company now have a vision regarding this. So I see there is a lot of changes and it's very competitive as well. So who can build his own perspective with different transformations from type to type, from collecting data, how we can automate the processing to avoid any traditional process, any traditional workflows. So I think that's it.
Yeah, I think yeah.
If I can think about it, so as per the Vision 2030, now Saudi Arabia aim to be leading in something with in AI and smart cities, digital twin, all these digital transformation topics, uh, which, yeah, as mentioned by Muhammad, Gdiya, Neom, and all the real estate companies that are around Saudi Arabia, but still the regulation need to be going fast as much as the technology go fast, the policies, etc. So to build the infrastructure or building ecosystems, etc., that can deliver all the requirement to build these smart cities, it's still the technology relying on the regulations as well as the policies, the data exchange, the collaboration between the entities, etc., which all these still in progress, still in little bit. I'm not saying it's a mature level, but it's still in beginning levels. So all this is still ongoing, but because the Vision 2030, it's going fast, faster than we expect. Even, for example, now the permissions for drones or data collection, now it's making the data collection or building the data itself much easier. But then we just relying or يعني before we relying on satellite imagery or aerial photogrammetry, etc., which is a little bit more expensive. But now people can get permission for drones and doing better data collections and enhancing the data richness of the data itself for organizations. So because the vision of 2030, everything become more accelerators, become more faster. But the technology, not only the part, we have only the policies, regulations that support the other part, which the technology itself to be able to build the ecosystems and build proper infrastructure for location intelligence.
I totally agree. And I think we are all learning from all sides, from private sector, from public sector perspective, how to regulate all of that, because it's not something that any of us have done before. And I think we are just trying to assume the best we can. And it makes me thinking, and recently I've been reflecting on it. I think there is this ongoing conversation, not only as you said, the policy is trying to catch up the development right now, not vice versa, but also there is this very interesting conversation regarding if we teach the next generation the proper tools and skills, and if they are like AI aware, for example. And I was so surprised to see that, like, for example, in the universities, in the master's program, from policy point of view, there was something very interesting that I've reading recently, that for the policy students, I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly what was the department that was researched, but there was only one university who officially integrates the AI in their curriculum for the master. And I was thinking, if we don't teach students how to, to be aware of what's happening, then how we are able to regulate that. And it leads me to the question to you. I think both of you work with young professionals and young talent to bring this innovative mindset and digital tools to the organizations that you work for. But how do you feel about the availability of the talent, or the training for the talent to be updated, to be able to integrate the geospatial intelligence tools in the processes that both of you lead? And what are the main challenges that you face in this specific issue? Because based on my experience, I think it's been only for the last couple of years that in the process of the daily life, we started to actually use like BIM to like fully integrate GIS, and the digital twinning still is something that some of the companies do not really integrate. And the most challenging part is to find the right people who are educated, who have the proper skill sets, and who bring additional input in the process. So how do you deal with that, may I ask?
So to be honest, it's not about the education, it's about the persons, the quality of the person himself. If he has the eager to learn, willingness to learn, to improve, that will give him the advantage within the technology going fast. It's not the college or university, actually they focus on giving you the foundation of the science itself. So to understand how to build the accuracy of this kind of sources, etc., etc. But the willingness, because even after, let's say, we said just within 5 years, the improvement that happened within the technology, it's extremely fast and significant exchanges. So if I'm gonna say relying on the university itself, that will be a huge challenge for university to keep changing even the let's say the module they're teaching, etc. But the end of the day, the people supposed to be have the willingness to learn every day, to keep matching or up to date with the technology, what's going on in the market, etc. Because you build something, you're looking to build something different, to build something unique, you have to understand where the people reach so you can copy and paste, then innovate.
Fair enough, that
Yes,
makes sense.
I totally agree with Al Hussein. I 100%. And at the end of the day, I believe it's not just about what degree you are hold, because we are seeing talented guys have knowledge more than expert in the field. So that makes sense. So, but how about you are willing to keep learning, to keep adapting with new features, new technologies, what happened in the world for time being. So it evolving so fast that even the best formal education can be outdated if we don't keep developing ourselves. So I believe continuous learning, eager to learn from time to time, curiosity. So which means we will make us have ability to mature our mindset. So I believe it refers to the mindset of the guy, and from our side, how we can support this, we can empower the guys in our teams, from because sometimes guys don't know from which point he can start or she can start. So this is from our side how we can make it like guidance for them, give our experience, our last chances, so it makes sense for them as well.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's really important to lead the employees and the team members and to show them direction and to help them to improve themselves. And I really appreciate hearing that you are looking for the talent who are eager to improve themselves, because that's the most important asset in person, I believe. But when it comes down to the organization and dealing with the challenges that come with the development and evolution of the new tools and technologies, may I ask you, what are the key challenges that you face based on your experience? For example, the data accuracy. I've been hearing a lot that coordination between different government bodies and institutions still remain the key challenge. I know a lot of countries try to unify and centralize data and make it super accessible and available, but I think still we are struggling a little bit everywhere, more or less. So what do you feel is the biggest challenge that you're facing nowadays?
Yeah, first of all, regarding this point, I need to emphasize about the Middle East now has a unique landscape. So when it comes to location intelligence, on one hand, the region has invested heavily in digital transformation and smart city as we see daily. So especially under, like Al Hussein mentioned, under Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, and as well as UAE's smart government initiatives in UAE, all of these policies have accelerated the geospatial maturity from a beginning to a mature level and create strong national data infrastructure as well. So, however, challenges remain. So, the biggest hurdles are not always technical. We have to align with this because they often organizational. The data transformation across agencies, across standards, and one of most challenges we face, limited data sharing frameworks between several departments, several municipalities, for instance. So it definitely slow down integration. So another concern is, like you mentioned, regarding the data quality and regarding the privacy of this data. While governments are opening more data sets at the same time, trying to maintaining accuracy, trying to updating the frequency of the data, and ensuring the compliance with privacy. So these regulations are still evolving. So on the advantage side, to be like realistic, the Middle East has something powerful. They have strong potential. They have talented people. They have young, talented people. So they have tech-driven workforce. So when we combine all of this, that with the government lead programs for national geospatial portals and AI integrations and digital twins, so you will get momentum that few regions can match. So um, to recap, my summarize, the key to success will be continued collaboration. This is the first thing between public sector and private sector at the same time. So because location intelligence only thrives when data flows freely but responsibly at the same time. So this is my perspective about challenges, about advantages.
Yeah. Let me. So, from my point of view, yeah, it's part of, as Engineer Muhammad mentioned, that let's say the governance, first of all. So, the vision, it's close by the acceleration or the technology moving fast. all the agencies and entities has the ambition to improve or to improve themselves and provide something much better, etc. But we ended by with lack of governance, say, and the ecosystem that building the infrastructure for the government itself, which make, for example, maybe different entities building the same kind of data sets, different same layers, etc., which duplication of work with as well as wasting of some resources, wasting of time, effort, etc. But the centralization, or it's not about just storing the data in one place and keeping playing with the data itself. It's how to build the infrastructure to make all the data exchange live, or to make it all synchronized in the same time. So I can rely, for example, on municipal of transportation data, and I'm working in municipal of health, etc. in the same time. So the ecosystem or the infrastructure itself, it's have to moving fast with the vision itself as well. So the governance is supposed to be on top of the place, then building a proper ecosystem or infrastructure for the ecosystem that maintain all these improvement, all these changes that happen. As we mentioned, there is huge mega projects around the country. How to keep maintaining the update that's happened. You both living in Riyadh, so you can see the significant changes day by day. The road network, you can go for your home in the same time every day. It's fine. Some days it's already closed for new construction project. So all these, how to make it live, synchronized, how to build the ecosystem to make it available for all the citizens or for all agencies, how to collaborate all agencies together to build the centralized platform, the citizen, or to build for the decision maker as well. This is the key challenge, and I'm sure it's not only for Saudi or the region, it's a global challenge. And until now, the ecosystem, the people talking about, there is no clear vision how it's supposed to be built. If it's different systems connected to each other, it's central system and all working on top of it. So this is a challenge. It's globally, it's not only here, but because we are moving fast, it's become uh, a key challenge, one of the main factors, because all the sectors or agencies, it's not mature enough to be standalone, as well as we are moving fast. So a little bit that, yeah, we need all the resources to be directed and focus on one direction so we can all grow together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree that it's a global. Yeah, sorry, Mohammed, please go on.
no. I just need to emphasize about one point regarding the ability to combine satellite image, IoT sensor data, and real-time mobility data as well with a machine learning algorithm, because it affect like dramatically improved accuracy and the prediction. So, for instance, I need to deep dive, not deep dive, in my current work. We working with Baladi to supporting MoMA and NHC. We have integrated field survey data from digital collection apps with high resolution base maps and AI models to automate quality checks, to automate how detect what happened in the field. So this shift our operations from react to proactive decision making. So regarding the measure, impact comes from cloud-based geospatial platforms like ArcGIS Online, Google Earth Engine, that access to spatial data and the analytics across non-GIS users. So, which means it not required only GIS users must use these platforms. And another point worth mentioning is the location intelligence today isn't about only collecting more data from the field. It's about connecting the right data resources intelligently to generate faster to smarter insights, because I believe all of us seeing a lot of projects started at the same time, and they waste a lot of money because there is no collaboration, because there is no communication between the different teams. So if there is the communication has improved between teams, between businesses, so it will be valuable for all.
I agree with both of you, and I also agree with the point that when we talk about geospatial systems, we most of the times we talk about coordination and communication on top of the innovation and all the digital layers that it comes with. And also, I agree that it's not a Saudi or Middle East issue; it's a global issue. But what makes it different is, I think, the way different regions or countries structure their governance. And why I think Saudi Arabia is unique is on top of the municipalities and the ministries and government and semi-government organizations that we have, there are also these mega projects that are structured in a very unique way, and they are the sizes of countries sometimes, and they have their own whatever structure, budgeting, governance, politics, direction, and I think it adds additional layer of how you integrate those live updates into the overall system. And it might be advantage, it might be disadvantage, depends on from which perspective you see this. But I think it just makes the case of Saudi very unique, that you have all these different layers that are coming together, and it just creates ecosystem which is not like any other. So yeah, I think this makes it even more interesting as something to tackle. Well, let's move on, understanding from the organizational point of view, or for the companies who are getting started or who want to improve their digital awareness or integration of the location intelligence and different tools or emerging tools that are coming up on the market. Where do you begin, or what are your lessons learned, or what are your advices or the stories that you would like to share for the groups or organizations who want to become smarter, I would say?
Okay, as I mentioned before, a couple of minutes ago, that first of all, copy and paste, then innovate. So see where the global reach in this specific topic. If you have specific solution, you know what you're aiming to solve, etc. You have to study what's happened before. So you can, when you implement a solution, you can understand the advantage of this solution, for example, because maybe someone built it before and it's not success. You can see it from one point of view, but as a spatial data, if you are talking about one layer, you will not be able to see the full picture. You have to combine multiple layers on top of it so you can understand the trend of the issue or challenge, etc. So you have to understand where the focus point, where you are going, and then you start looking what the previous history about this topic, etc. Then you start innovate, and don't even, I'm not person who's encouraging to innovate the wheel from scratch, actually. So it doesn't make sense to spend time, money, effort on something already built or something already has the advantage on top of it. For example, um, uh, I'm gonna build a new software for geospatial. What the difference between what we have as open source or commercialized, etc., etc. How to build the proper infrastructure? Is it easily to build it all based on open sources, or it's easily to get licenses, etc., etc. All this stuff. You have to proper invest your time, your money properly, because our specialty or our field is extremely expensive, from building the data to softwares, technology, etc. Even the people who's working on this field, they are a little bit more expensive. So it doesn't make sense to go to the market or going to or a challenge, etc., without understanding where the challenge that I'm aiming to solve, what the layer of the data set that I need to do or to build, and what already built, or I need to get it from a different source, or I'm going to get it to third party, or I have to build it from scratch, etc. So, and how to integrate the AI, IoT, machine learning, etc., to build additional layer on top of this to make it much easier, cheaper for me. Because as I mentioned, it's a little bit expensive area. From technology, even software, hardware, everything is a little bit more expensive. So you're gonna spend a lot of money before you reach anywhere. So you have to focus, understand where are you going, what is the key factors or the key point that you're aiming to solve, what the level of details of the data itself, because the data it's huge. If I'm gonna talking countrywide, so the size of the data itself is very huge. So the to build infrastructure again, to be able to store all this, the data size, and process it at the same time, to analyze it, to get output out of it, this is will be a nightmare, and a lot of money gonna fly in this project. So you have to focus where are you going, what the key factors, what the challenge you aim to solve, and then start how to calibrate the data or change the data from different entity to build your own solution. Don't innovate the wheel from scratch at all. In this area, yeah, it will be a waste of money and time, effort, etc.
Yes, I agree as well with Al Hassan. And from my perspective, to be honest, I see organizations often think that to building location intelligence starts with technology, but actually it not start with technology. It start with strategy and how they can invest in to make a very good strategy. So the first step is defining the right business questions, not just collecting special data, as Hussein mentioned, from the stake of it. Once the use cases are clear enough, technology becomes the enabler, not the driver. So, in our experience, like I mentioned at Baladi, when supporting municipalities across Saudi Arabia, across 5 or 6 cities, we see success came when we aligned the geospatial data collection with operational KPIs. So we can measure it, such as service coverage, response time, and asset condition as well. So that's alignment made the insights truly actionable, not just visual. So after that, regarding the build, the organization have to build a scalable data foundation, build a standardized base map, build very clear and mature metadata about the project, and interoperability as well with existing systems. So that's mentioned to Al Hussein when he mentioned regarding the don't start from scratch, because we have a lot of data. We have a lot of previous projects. We can get a lot of values for them. Many projects we see, as I mentioned, we see many projects fail because they skip this foundation. But as well as we see projects get more success because they build a very good strategy. They have potential about what they are need. They have awareness about the requirement. So I believe also in um, capacity investment. So as we mentioned, like in powerful and direction our team. So location intelligence only uh, drivers value when the people using it understand and what they are seeing, not just routine tasks. So I believe the key lesson uh, regarding this discussion about this topic, so it doesn't start with tools, start with purpose, start with invest in your strategy and design the data around the decisions you want to make, not only you imagine.
Yeah,
I
don't build
completely
data
agree with
racks.
the philosophy. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I really like hearing that the data is enabler, not a driver, because I think sometimes people misinterpret the function or the role of the data, and then it becomes a bit chaotic process. But I completely agree with both of you, and I really like the business mindset of Al Hussein. He's very on point, wanting to be efficient and strategic about his decisions. I think that makes a total sense for me.
Thank you. That's it.
Well, I think we are almost reaching to the end, and I would wrap it up with your insights or thoughts about the future, about where this entire thing is going. What do you see coming? Because I am myself very passionate about looking at the AI and the usage, and I think every other week you see new thing coming up and like testing everything. And I think people are doing amazing job, really bringing the new tools on the market for the use. What do you think is the future, and where do you think this process is leading us?
I love the question, to be honest. So, if you think about it, just a few minutes ago, Mohammed mentioned that they are made a combination between the field work, etc. So, and as well as the machine learning, etc., to enhance a little bit the maps, etc., and make it the synchronization much better, right? And we are talking about AI and the IoT, sensor streamings, etc., etc. So all these elements gonna take us in some point that we're gonna build something. Let's say it self-healing maps. So the maps itself, it's difficult to build a map, but if you don't maintain the update, you don't maintain to keep change detection, etc., and to keep update your map, after a couple of months or a year or something, it will be outdated. It's useless. So the future is going to self-healing maps, which is making the map healing itself. It's something like alive. It's like a human being, let's say. So with IoT, with the sensor, with all these inputs, the map it can generate or updating itself by itself. There is no need to a lot of human engagement or manual work. So we have automation processes, we have tools, we have coding, we have IoT, we have machine learning, we have all this stuff. So you can now make that, let's say, a life cycle for the data. For, let's say, satellite imagery, it's going for particular processes every couple of months to change detection. So you can understand where are the trends, where the urban going, where the environment impact happens, etc. As well as, all right, we're going to use the probe data to understand where the traffic going. There is a closure, there is a network closure there, whatever. So all this stuff, it will build something, let's say, self-healing map. So the map gonna heal itself. It can keep itself up to date. There is not a lot of manual effort need to be implemented on top of these maps or to building the proper spatial data. So I'm saying it's not far away. Maybe 1 or 2 years in future, that will be as an approach for most of the biggest entities in the world, because that will minimize the manual effort, that will increase the accuracy, will increase the richness of the data itself. So I don't expect that we are far away from this point. We are close to, and it's about building the foundation, and we keep it running.
Yes, regarding this point, regarding the next vision, I believe over the next 3 to 5 years, I believe location intelligence will evolve from being a decision support system to becoming an autonomous decision engine, as we mentioned before. And regarding the AI, I believe the AI will move us beyond the analysis into prediction, into understanding not only where things are, but where they are going to be. And regarding the fusion of IoT and geospatial analytics, will enable real-time data and real-time digital twin models for cities, for utilities, for transportation networks. So all of these systems that continuously sense, continuously learn and optimize as well. focusing in the Middle East, this evolution aligns perfectly with smart city roadmaps. A lot of entities, a lot of mega projects focus on smart city roadmaps for time being. Imagine municipalities automatically detecting infrastructure issues without extra effort in the field. So through AI-driven geospatial monitoring or service delivery, dynamically, it based on mobility patterns. So that point are very important. So regarding the next frontier, I believe it's about maps. It's not about maps. It's about creating learning location, intelligence, awareness, empowering people, sharing knowledge from project to project. That close the loop between insight and action.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think I'm really looking forward to see how these things will evolve all together. And what you were saying, I think I've been hearing recently that in the military security area, it's been already being implemented and used like AI plus predefined options for actions, which minimizes the time for the decision making, especially when it comes to the critical situation and moments when you need to react quite fast. And I hope it will be just in the daily life of engineering and management of the spatial systems for the cities, especially because as both of you have mentioned, it's important to have those monitoring systems. And I think it just makes life so much easier to have everything automatized and centralized. Thank you, both of you. I think I'm seeing Emre, so I'm assuming that we've reached the end. And thank you
Yes.
so much for the conversation. I really enjoyed hearing both of you.
Yeah. It was really nice, and definitely you did very well. So because of that, I don't have any question. You covered very well, I think. So yeah, thank you again. It was really nice to hear your insights, and your experience was critical for us. So it's time to close, and we need to jump another session.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you for hosting.
but I'm sure we will do it again with you all, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
so
day.
much.
Bye.
Thank you for hosting. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Yes.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are here to be the last. So, I just would like to start with introduce at first our guest.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, now.
I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay. I just would like to start with introducing our speakers. Yasser Eldegvi, the special consultant from Falconwiz. Mohammed Abou Soud from the Matter application and platform, and Nisran Abubakir Mahmoud, guest expert from Kuya. Welcome again.
Thank you. I'm really honored to join this panel, and I would like to contribute to the success of the geospatial industry by discussing the most trending and innovative technologies in this panel. Hello,
Thank,
everyone.
thank
Hello,
you.
thank you also for the great organization and for the invitation, Mr. Emry, and I'm very glad to moderate this session today.
It's my pleasure, Nisran. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, I couldn't see the Mohammed. I think he's trying to connect. Just checking. Okay, you now you can start Nisran with question, and then I'm sure Mohammed will join again.
Okay.
And I will back to you at the end of the session to see the questions in chat box. So
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Good morning, afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion on next generation surveying and mapping from data collection to intelligent decision making. I'm thrilled to join by two distinguished experts who are right in the forefront for this transformation. And we will thank you both for joining here, and gentlemen, and let's dive right in. So, question one, transformative technologies. It said surveying and mapping are being transformed by next generation technologies. In your view, which innovations, UAVs, LiDAR, mobile mapping, or AI are having the biggest impact on accuracy, efficiency, and decision making?
Thank you, Nasreen. This is a great question to start with. I think all of the innovations and all of the technologies that you have mentioned are already having a great impact on our industry. But I think the most important one is not each single one of them, but the ability to integrate all of them together. They can work seamlessly together to to make the day-to-day activities of geospatial work more smooth and more efficient. In my experience on large-scale projects across Saudi Arabia, I think the biggest game changer has been the photogrammetry, the UAV, especially if we have now LiDAR sensors that shorten the time required to have actionable data and actionable insights, even instantly after we have landed the drone. Previously, by using photogrammetry only, we used to take a few days to deal with the huge amount of data, the images, the processing of the images to be able to be to photogrammetry software. Then we need a very large size of computing hardware and a very sophisticated software to to get output, to get point cloud, to get also mosaics, etc. But now with the integration of UAV and the LiDAR sensors, it's almost instant. Once we have the drone landed, we can get the point cloud. And adding to this also what we have, experiencing right now with, I think with edge computing, that the drones itself have some AI processors already on board, so in a very smart way they can collect the right data, and once you receive the data out of the drone, it's almost ready to be used. So also why is that important? I think that we used to what we used to to take for surveying, like for example 10 by 10 square kilometers piece of land. We used to deploy ground survey teams. It take weeks, maybe months to finish it. Now what we have used to do with traditional method can be done in maybe a few hours with more efficient, quick, and also the data output is totally superior to the traditional methodologies. You have point cloud, very extensive points representing every inch of the survey area. So this has a very big impact on the industry. Speaking of accuracy, I think we are also able to get like 2 to 3 centimeters accuracy from a LiDAR sensor mounted on UAV. So also this is a very breakthrough into the survey workflow. I think in this regard, the real bottleneck is not collecting the data. It's all about efficient ways to process the data and also to turn this data into actionable insights. So let me give you a very quick example. One of our recent projects in corridor survey for the line. The line is part of NEOM, and NEOM is the prestigious project, very iconic, known for everybody here. It's an essential part of Saudi Vision 2030. So being able, to monitor the progress of construction by using a LiDAR sensor mounted on UAV, you can easily cover tens of kilometers per day, very sufficiently and very easy. And by the end of the day, you have the data in hand, almost ready to be used. And by integrating this data with some kind of BIM and GIS workflows, we can have like real-time output and real-time actionable decision making out of this data. So I think this is the breakthrough into geospatial and survey industry. Thank you.
I totally agree with you, Mr. Yasser. And welcome back, Mr. Muhammad Abdulsoud. We can't hear you. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's very clear. No problem. So let me ask our first question. It was surveying and mapping are being transformed by next generation technologies. In your view, which innovations, UAVs, LiDAR, mobile technology, actually mobile mapping or AI, are having the biggest impact on accuracy, efficiency, and decision making?
Okay. Based on our experience here at Meter Global, we believe that AI and the drones are having the largest impact on accuracy, efficiency, and how we make decisions. Let's start with drones. They are a game changer. We are cutting surveying time from weeks down to hours. Plus, we are achieving incredible accuracy up to 2-3 centimeters using RTK, BBK tech. They also cover a massive area efficiently, I think 100 hectares per day. For example, we supply the Suez Winter 1 Gen 2 drones in Saudi Arabia. Then there is AI. This is how we handle the scale of AI process millions of data points from uh, uh, LIDAR and aerial surveys and automatically detects error and inconsistency. This alone reduces the human time needed by 60 to 70%. On Meter platform, we use AI for automated device calibrations and validating data quality, issuing an instant smart reboot, and even predicting issues before they even happen. Uh, we also rely heavily on LiDAR plus mobile mapping for building and infrastructures, giving us millimeter accuracy and 360-degree scanning on the move, and instant 3D data. All this instant data and predictive analytics allow us to make on-site decision and simplify complex project through 3D visualization. Okay.
So it's clear we are seeing not just faster data collection, but smarter
Yes.
insights where AI and automation are playing increasingly central roles.
Yes.
So,
That's
so let so let's move to the next question. Second one is talking about we are now dealing with massive exploring for geospatial data from satellites, drones, and sensors. What methods or technologies are provide most effective in integration, analyzing, and visualization this data for real actionable insights? Uh,
okay.
it's you, Mr. Yasser.
Okay.
Thank you, Nasreen.
Welcome.
I would also stress the fact that it's not about data collection anymore, as I said earlier. It's about dealing with this massive amount of data in a smart way, in efficient way. So I think the key to achieve this is two sides. One is the automation, because all the manual workflows is not scalable. So but using automation, we are able to scale up the size of data to be processed and to be produced. So the first thing is the automation. I think the currently we have many solutions that you only upload the drone imagery that we have just collected from the site into some automated pipelines, and overnight we will have a final clean and very good looking also mosaics. Also, if we are willing to to produce DSM and DTM, I think also there is many automated tools that deal with that, and also you can find many classification tools, and also based on an AI to classify the ground and non-ground features of that data. So automation is the key to deal with the massive geospatial data set, and to also to have better visualization. So automation is built upon the cloud platforms, cloud-based platforms. We cannot rely anymore on some local resources or in-house resources. So we should utilize cloud solutions like AWS, like Azure, etc. There is also like tailored solution for geospatial data that also work on the cloud. So this is the key. Speaking of which, I think it's very important in that sense that we should enforce some kind of standardization, because because here when we have automated tools, we should be able to put like standardized workflow to get the expected and desired result. So we should enforce standards like IFC, CTGML, the city models. Also speaking of BIM and GIS, the copy, etc. So um, um, uh, the key is automation and also cloud solutions. I will share some of our recent projects also. We have, you know, one project in here in Red Sea in Amala, where we have to collect drone imagery every month to create also mosaic. So we recently integrated like 18 months of drone survey with also satellite imagery to create a digital twin of some part of the project. So the key here was not a fancy visualization. It was making sure that that the different types of data are seamlessly integrated into the digital twin, and also the accessibility of this data to different stakeholders. Every stakeholder has his own priorities, his own point of views and perspectives. So giving accessibility to different kind of stakeholders like project manager, the owner, the consultant. So it's all about that, the collecting the data, putting into automated pipelines, utilize and deploy some cloud infrastructure and cloud solution to scale up the whole workflow, and then the final user interface or the dashboard that allow all type of stakeholders to access and utilize and get in like insightful information out of this data. So the bottom line is we should invest in automation, we should utilize cloud infrastructure, and we should enforce standardization at the whole workflow. Thank you.
To you, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you. As Mr. Yasser said, the biggest challenge isn't collecting the data, it's managing it and analyzing it. The Meter platform is built to solve this by using cloud infrastructure instead of on-premises data centers. We rely on this cloud for unlimited storage and distributed processing of a huge file, allowing access from anywhere. And also the other specs needed or computing resources needed in this cycle. Second, the automated integration. Our platform links directly with government entities like PLADI and NFS and Ministry of Municipal Affairs. We can import data from virtual devices, all station GNSS, drones, LIDAR, and standard data formats from automatically. Analyze techniques. We use big data analytics to choose through millions of points in seconds to create heat maps of surveying activity and predictive modeling to forecast demand. Last, visualization. We provide interactive dashboard, 3D modules, automated customers reports. A quick meter example, we process over 400 projects monthly. We generate a comprehensive government report covering everything from the number of completed project and average issuance time to our high calibration accuracy rates, 99.5%, and heat map of activity.
Okay, that's great point. We are moving from traditional mapping to what may be called geospatial storytelling, where complex data become very something like very simple and something anyone can understand. So let's move directly to question number 3. We need to move fast. So these technologies offer incredible potential, but challenge remains from cost to data quality to workforce adaptation. From your perspective, what are the biggest opportunities and obstacles in adopting these next generation tools? Start with Mr. Yasser.
Thank you, Nasreen. I think we have huge opportunities. The advancement of technology and advancement of geospatial solution have put open too many opportunities into the market. I think it's never about surveying anymore. The context is much more wider. Geospatial solutions have been integrated into many markets and many industries. It's not about construction engineering anymore. It's enforced into many entities and to many governmental endeavors and initiatives. Speaking of initiatives, and back to where we work and where we have experience here in Saudi Arabia, I think we have a very unique opportunities here in Saudi Arabia because the decision makers, the leaders of this country, they are giving focus and critical importance to the adoption of new technologies and adoption of digital transformations, etc. Also being in the middle of one of the biggest construction market in the globe, with the projects like Neom, Red Sea, Gidea, the Muka'ab, King Salman, God, etc. The list will goes on and on. So we have here the government backing, we have the budget, we have the appetite for innovation. So this is very unique opportunities for all geospatial professionals existed here in Saudi Arabia. I think also the young professionals are more willing and more ready to adopt new technologies. I can see that. I'm not one of them. I'm old-fashioned and I'm old school geospatial professionals, but I am following trends and up to date with my skills, and so I could tell that young professionals are more ready to adopt, and they are more willing to change their day-to-day workflow, adopting new technologies. So this is the opportunity. I can say to all the audience that the early adopters of these technologies will have bigger exposure, will win more contracts, because simply they deliver unique deliverables in more efficient and fast quality. Coming to the obstacles, I think again, it's not the technology. The technology is already here. It's about the people. It's about the processes. These are the main obstacles: the resistance to change, enforcing or lacking of enforcement in some sectors, especially the private sector. For the government sector, they are really willing to enforce digital transformation and latest trends. But speaking of private sector, especially construction market, where I have most of my experience, they are not that ready to take that leap jump. So the skills gap in the professional are one of the main obstacles. Many people still prefer the traditional methodologies. It's a human nature. They are used to feel comfort with what they know, and they have resistance to what they don't know. So this is one challenge. So to overcome this, I think obstacle, I think we should enforce some kind of change management. we should, in a smooth way and in a delicate way, we should try to educate and try to raise the awareness and raise the importance of this change to stakeholders and to decision maker. In order to do that, I think we have to run parallel workflow. The traditional one with the new technologies, these should go in parallel until we build, trust, we build confidence, and they can see the results. They can feel confident that the new technologies are much better and much efficient. Also, one important aspect is the data governance. I think like many sensitive projects, like we have mentioned earlier, managing who has access to this kind of data and with this complexity of stakeholders. So we need clear protocols, especially when working with like international contractors, multiple stakeholders from different parts of the globe. So I think this is the main opportunities and main obstacles. I have run through this initiative myself. I used to lead a huge team of surveyors and geospatial and GIS professionals, where many of them were very resistant to adopt new technologies, which I tried very hard to enforce it. But the success strategy here is, as I told you, the hybrid approach, proving the added value, building the trust, and comparing the two end results. We have here, guys, we have the same accuracy in a faster way, in a better and efficient approach. So why we should give it a try? So I think the opportunity is massive, but it requires patients. Also, we should invest in training, educating our professionals, and proving value. Once we prove the value, I think we will overcome all kind of obstacles. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. That's very insightful. What about you, Mr. Muhammad? We cannot hear you.
Thank you. I will start with the challenges. First, initial cost. Modern equipment is very expensive. A Winter One drone cost over $100,000, and mobile lidar station are often over $150,000. Our solution at Metri is to offer a subscription model instead of requiring a purchasing. Plus, we use e-commerce channel for financing and leasing. Second, skills and training. We still face a shortage of surveyors trained on this modern tech. We counter this with our integrated training platform, certified diploma, and 24/7 technical support. Third thing is data quality. Bad data leads to bad decision. To ensure quality, our meter solution enforce mandatory calibration every 6 months and tracks every device with serial number and QR code. Last thing, integration with legacy systems. We often face resistance to change from older company. That's why our solution is to use open APIs to ensure seamless integration with existing systems. The opportunities, first, I think cost reduction. We help reduce operational cost by 20 to 30%, and cut waste by 30%. Second is the speed. We reduce service time by 50% from weeks to hours. and provide an instant coach, not ones that take weeks. Third thing, we increase quality control, provide full transparency to government entities, and help combat phantom offices with periodic performance reports. Last thing or fourth, market growth. Vision 2030 demands massive infrastructure. We see the demand of surveying growth 15% annual, especially as GCC invests billion in a smart project. Thank you.
You are welcome. So it sounds like while technology involve rapidly, the human side training, collaboration, and mindset is just critical to success. So let's dive to the next question, and I hope you can answer in 3 minutes for each. The question is for organizations or professionals who are ready to adopt these advanced technologies. Where should start, or where should they start? What practical steps ensure a smooth integration into existing surveying and mapping workflows? Start with you, Mr. Yasser, in 3 minutes.
I think the first point to start with is the leadership. We need to find a leader who has the vision, who has the will to change, and then once we have this person, he would go smoothly, but continuously on making this change happen. So I believe he should start small and then prove the value and then scale it up. So I keep saying to the decision makers in this industry that do not just buy technology and expect magic. You should invest in people. So the people who are inside this industry, you should be confident. They should believe in the new innovations. So once we have this, I think the next logical thing is to enforce some kind of education and training courses to the people, and especially getting like pilot license, learn about data processing, learn about the integration of different type of data into different workflows. So this is the way to go for a bigger organization or massive organization like giant construction contractors. I think they should think in partnering with some kind of service providers. It's not necessarily that everything should be done in house. We can utilize the service providers who have the knowledge, who have the proven track record of success, and then we can start from there, and then we can build our in-house capabilities gradually. So this is another thing I should highly suggest. Also for the leaders, for the visionary decision makers, they should start with the highly ROI use cases. So they should think of what we should start with that have the most impactful and the most return and the most clear added value. So we can prove our point, we can prove the value to the decision makers in order to make this shift. Speaking of drones, it's quite clear now when we offer to our clients that what you need to do, what the objectives you are looking for by traditional methodologies that will take this amount of time and this amount of money, but we can cut the cost and we can cut the time into like 1/3 and maybe 1/10 sometimes, and deliver superior delivery compared to traditional methods. So it's a gradual process. I would think about it like a baby learning how to crawl, then learning how to walk, then learning how to run. It has to be
Yes, step
like
by
that.
step.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Please step by step. Welcome. And what about you, Mr. Muhammad?
Okay, we recommended the four phases approach. Phase number one, assessment. Analyze your current operation, identify weakness, and calculate your expected ROI. At phase number two, smart start. Start with a small pilot project. Choose an integrated platform like Meter, which offer an instant registration integration with Blady Nafaz, full support, and then train a small team. Phase three, gradual expansion. Expand the platform usage, acquire or lease equipment via Metro, and train all employees. Phase number four, full transformation. Digitize all operations, achieve the full government integration, and utilize advanced analytics. A few practical tips we share. Don't try to buy everything at once. Start with cloud service. They are lower cost and faster to implement. Use the ready-made platform like Metro instead of trying to build everything yourself from scratch. Invest in training more than equipment, and make sure to measure your result monthly. Thank you.
Okay, so it's so really the key is to start with the clear case uses, invest in people, as you both mentioned, and build gradually, making sure each new tool has real value, not just to spend money. So the final question, and we have just 4 minutes. The final question is looking 3 to 5 years ahead. What do you see as the next big leap in surveying and mapping technologies? How will AI, automation, and geospatial intelligence reshape the industry? Start with you, Mr. Yasser.
I think I would very briefly say that it's the autonomous workflow. The whole workflow will be, automated, and we will have to utilize AI-driven tools that automate the whole processes. I would think if we speak about, UAV and drones, I would think that we will have like AI central tool that, you know, uh, that can speak to the drone, which is already autonomous drone. DJI already have invented many autonomous drones that they can by themselves without any need for pilot. They can initiate a drone mission. They can fly. They can execute the mission. They can come back to the base autonomously. So when we think it of a bigger perspective, we have an AI driven automated workflow that execute the whole workflow from data collection to data processing to data integration, and then to having reports, the actionable reports and decision making supporting reports. So the whole workflow will be AI driven and will be automated. I think this is the next big leap in the industry. Thank you.
To you, Mr. Muhammad.
Okay. Uh, our key predictions for the near futures are full automations at the first. We expected autonomous flying drones, complete automated data processing, and reports automatically generated to government standards at Metro. We are already working on autonomous surveying robots. Second, digital twins. We will have a live digital copy of every city instantly update with real-world data, allowing us to simulate scenarios before construction. Third, generative AI. This will auto design project based on geographical data, suggest the optimal engineering solution and automatically write technical report. Fourth, AR and VR. We will be able to view projects before construction, train surveyors in a virtual environment, and use AR for equipment maintenance guidance. Five, blockchain. We predict tamper-proof records, secure digital real estate ownership, and smart contracts for project. Last one, sustainability. We will reduce travel through remote surveying, cut paper consumption with full digitalizing, and improve city planning for better environment efficiency. The impact of sector will be huge. Job will shift from technician to data analyst. We will see a further cost reduction of 40 or 50%. Speed will go from 48 hours to minutes, and accuracy will hit 99.9%. Our Meter Vision 2023 is to be a global platform for geostal server covering 50 countries and transforming the surveying sector for traditional industry into a smart. In conclusion, the real features isn't just about the technology themselves. It's about how they are integrated into a complete ecosystem. The Meter platform provides the complete digital system linking up surveyors, engineers, office, government entities, suppliers, and clients. That's the real transformation we are leading. Thank you.
So I love how both of you highlighted what are we moving from data collection to data understanding. It's not just about faster workflows. It's about smarter, more responsive mapping.
Yeah, we just came the end of the session, and we have a couple of questions in chat for you, and I would like to share with you. Yes, Mohammed asked, how can we convert legacy geospatial data into modern digital formats compatible with BIM and digital twin systems while maintaining accuracy? And can AI technologies support improving or rebuilding these data sets, especially considering the challenge of datum inflections when combining old and new survey data? Yasser, would you jump in
Yes,
question?
that's a complex question. It's one of the main concerns that we already have some legacy. We already have some old type and old format of data, and so how to digitalize and how to make it compatible with modern technologies. I think AI is doing very good job here in this regard, and integrating or building some deep learning models. I have experienced many deep learning models with the Esri environment, and also some other open sources that they can handle in a very smart way. They can handle this conversion with also the supervision of human professionals. So it starts with some kind of supervised what they call it manual labeling or manual annotation. So you would learn. You would teach and educate the model on the first round, and then you would criticize, and you would check the output, and then iterate this process, repeat it over and over until you get satisfied results. I think this is the way to go. Otherwise, it will be very time consuming and very highly cost to do it in a manual way. So we should rely on educated and well trained deep learning models.
Mohamed asks, many of municipalities and the public authorities face ongoing challenges in verifying accuracy and reliability of geospatial data collected from the multiple sources. How can modern technologies such as AI-driven validation systems and real-time IoT integration be used in the future to ensure trusted and verifiable spatial information across the municipal platforms? Do you have any example on about it?
Maybe Mr. Muhammad would like to.
Mohammed, do you face any these kind of things?
No, not right now.
Any Yasser, you would like to say?
Yes. I would say that we have now in recent workflows we have like dedicated tools built into many software and many modern technologies that can help in a great deal with validating the data collected from different sources, combining different sources of data together and do the validation, come up with some like warnings and alerts and critical issues. And then I think we cannot remove the human and the manual endeavor out of this process, especially when it comes to validation. But yes, we have many software now, like from Esri and also from Autodesk. We have some built-in and plugins tools inside, for example, Naviswork. When you want to integrate the as-built data which collected from the actual site against the BIM models, the design BIM models. So there is many validation tools that can be utilized here. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you all again. At first you, and thanks for watching us.
Thank you,
And
Andy.
also,
Thank you.
yeah, Nesrin, you have?
I want to add some points by the end. So what stood out of today, it's that next generation mapping is not just about technology, it's about integration, interpretation, and insight. We
Yeah.
heard from the expertise, how drones and lidars are changing the field operations, how AI is making data smarter, and how collaboration and upskilling are vital for success. On behalf of everyone here, I want to thank our panelists, Mr. Yasser Digawi and Mr. Muhammad Abdul Saud, Abu Saud, for sharing their expertise and forwarding-looking perspectives. And thank you uh, to the organization and to the organizer and our audience for joining and contribution to this conversation. I hope today's discussion is inspiring you to explore how these innovations can enhance our own work and organization. Until next time, keep mapping, keep innovating, and keep connecting the dots between data and impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. That
Thank you.
covers.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
This
really
is
nice to
perfectly
hear.
said. Thank you.
Yeah, it was really nice to hear latest geospatial technologies. Okay, we got some things like AI and special technologies, but exactly it was good to hear what exactly happening in Middle East. So I'm really happy to hear real challenge from the first hands. So thank you again for your contributing.
Thank you.
Hope we will do it again for the future
Yes,
events.
sure.
Thank you again, and thanks for watching us. And keep in touch. We will share all the recordings with you again. So have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a
Bye.
great day too.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.